Hi guys! Tonight we step quietly into the warm electric glow of an American living room in 1940. The radio is playing a comedy show, the new refrigerator hums softly in the kitchen, and the smell of a proper meatloaf dinner still lingers in the air. It's the kind of cosy modern scene you might see in a magazine advertisement, full of promise and shiny new appliances. But if you had to actually live inside this moment, with the full weight of its history pressing in from all sides, you'd soon realise that your biggest challenge wasn't the daily work or the household chores. It was the immense, quiet pressure of living on the edge of everything, perched between a crushing depression everyone remembers and a coming storm everyone fears. You will not get through this unchanged. The sheer tension of holding a normal life together, while knowing it could all be reordered by distant events, leaves a mark. So before you settle into the rhythm of this ordinary, extraordinary day, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if these journeys into the past genuinely mean something to you. And as you're listening right now, feel free to share where you are in the world and what time it is for you. I always find it remarkable to see how these stories connect us across different nights and different time zones. Now, let's dim the lights and let your attention drift back to that living room, where the family is just finishing their dinner, unaware that they are living through the last of the peaceful nights. Sleep does not hold you as firmly as it once did. It is not the deep, drowned silence of childhood, nor even the exhausted collapse of the worst depression years. It is something thinner now, more porous. You surface into consciousness without a clear reason, eyelids lifting to the same darkness you left behind. The illuminated hands of the alarm clock on the bedside table show a time with no name. 4:17 a.m. It is not the clock that pulled you back. It is a low, formless anxiety, a hum in the blood that has replaced the old familiar ache of hunger. You're full now, employed, yet the body remembers a different kind of scarcity, a vigilance it is reluctant to surrender. You lie there, mapping the room by sound. The radiator dominates, its steady hiss a metallic breath that seems to sync with your own. Beneath it, the old deep silence of the house is punctuated by the occasional tick of cooling wood, the sigh of a floorboard settling. And beyond the walls, the world is not asleep. A car engine mutters to life several streets away, a low, rolling growl that fades as it moves down the avenue. Another follows a few minutes later. The sound is no longer remarkable, this nightly migration of machines. It is the background rhythm of a country that has haltingly started moving again. The quiet is no longer absolute. It is woven through with the threads of engine noise and distant train whistles, a tapestry of industry even in the deepest night. A thirst surfaces, dry and specific. It is an excuse, a reason to move. You push back the blankets, the cool air rushing in to meet the warmth your body has held. Your feet find slippers, your hand finds the doorframe. The hallway is a tunnel of deeper shadow. You move by memory, past the closed door of your children's room, a sacred silence held within. The linoleum of the kitchen floor is cold, shockingly so, under the thin soles. You click on the light over the sinks, a single bulb in a porcelain socket that floods the small room with a harsh, ungenerous glare. The faucet creaks, then releases a stream of water so cold it makes your teeth ache. You drink from a jelly glass, the water tasting faintly of chlorine and pipes. As you lower the glass, your gaze drifts to the window above the sink. The backyard is a pool of ink, the shapes of the oak tree and the laundry post barely suggestions. But there, across the alley, in the second story of the Miller house, a yellow square of light glows steadily. A curtain is drawn back, and for a moment you see the silhouette of Mr. Miller himself, standing, looking out into the same darkness. You're not the only one awake. This is a shared vigil. You both stand in your separate boxes of light, separated by the dark yard, connected by this unspoken, early-hour awareness. He moves away, the light snaps off, and the window becomes a blank, dark eye again. But the knowledge remains. The night is shared. Back in the bed, The warmth you left has retreated to a small loyal patch in the centre. You curl into it. The radiator hisses on. But as you close your eyes, it is not the quiet dark that greets you. Fragments of the previous evening intrude, the ghost of sound from the polished wood box in the living room. You had sat there after dinner, your hands busy with darning a sock, while the voice of Edward R. Murrow carved shapes in the air. His voice was calm, too calm, a smooth stone over which flowed descriptions of London burning. He did not shout, he simply said, "The bombs are falling now as regularly as the passage of time." You saw nothing, but you heard the crump of explosions in the background, a sound like distant stones dropped on a wooden floor. You heard the wail of sirens he called the little horns of hate. The words painted pictures in your mind that your own life, this safe kitchen, this sturdy bed, could not erase. They have seeped into your sleep. Your dream, already fading, had not been of monsters, but of a strange silent rain of bricks and dust, falling on your own street, on your own roof. It was the ordinary made terrible. The anxiety you woke with has a source. It is the echo of a voice from across an ocean describing the end of the ordinary. Sleep does not return. A grey pre-dawn light begins a slow infiltration around the window shade, turning the room from black to a deep charcoal. The clock reads 5:45. The official start of the day is nearing, but this hour, this silent, in-between hour, belongs to you. It is a secret space stolen from both night and day. You rise again, this time with purpose, wrapping a robe around your shoulders. The house is colder now, the furnace cycling off before its morning start. In the kitchen you do not turn on the overhead light. Instead, you flick the switch for the small lamp on the table, which casts a warm, intimate circle on the checked oilcloth. The ritual begins. You fill the percolator at the sink, the water loud in the stillness. The can of coffee is on the shelf, a bright red tin. You measure out the coarse, fragrant grounds with a practiced spoon. This is fair price coffee, still plentiful, not yet a memory or a ration coupon. The smell as you scoop it is rich, bitter, promising. You place the basket in the pot, set it on the front burner of the gas stove. The strike of the match is a sharp, sulphurous pop. The blue ring of flame sighs to life, cradling the aluminum bottom. You wait. This is the pace of the hour. Slow, deliberate, sensory. While the pot begins its quiet, bubbling conversation, you sit at the table. The evening paper is there, folded to an inside page. The headlines are all war, but your eye is caught by a smaller story below, a local school bond vote. You push it aside. On top of the icebox sits the latest Life magazine. You pull it into the pool of light. The cover is vibrant, a photograph of a smiling woman in a new Chevrolet. You open it. The pages are a surreal parade. Here, a full-colour spread of the latest streamlined toaster, shining like a spaceship. Turn the page. Stark, grainy, black and white photographs of rubble in Coventry, a child sitting on the remains of a brick wall, face smudged with dirt. The contrast is jarring, almost indecent. You stare at the child's eyes. They look old. You flip back to the car advertisement. The shiny chrome, the smiling faces. Two worlds existing on the same glossy paper in the same moment in time. You close the magazine. The percolator's bubbling grows urgent. A rapid plink, plink, plink. The smell of brewing coffee fills the kitchen, a domestic incense that grounds you back in this room, this moment. You pour a cup, the steam warming your face. The first sip is scalding, bitter, and profoundly comforting. It is the taste of normalcy. As you cradle the mug, you reach over and turn the knob on the radio sitting on the counter. It hums, tubes warming. A crackle of static, then a voice emerges, smooth and practiced. It is the local station, signing on for the day. The announcer's tones are cheerful, determinedly so. He reads the farm reports, soybean futures, hog prices, his voice a steady drone. Then the weather. Clear and cold, highs in the mid-40s, a perfect November day. The banality of it is a relief. After the grand, terrible narratives of the news from overseas, here are the small, manageable facts of a local life. The price of eggs, the chance of frost. You take another sip of coffee, your shoulders lowering slightly. You stand, feeling your body in the quiet kitchen. You stretch, arms reaching for the low ceiling. There is a faint familiar ache in your lower back, a legacy of long hours on the factory line or hunched at a desk. Your joints are stiff, but they move. You recall, not with pain but with a distant sadness, a different kind of stiffness from 10 years prior. The deep, cold ache of hunger, the weakness that made every stare a mountain. Your body now is stronger. The regular meals, the meat returning to the table twice a week instead of twice a month, have filled out the hollows. Your hands, as you look at them around the coffee mug, are no longer the thin, nervous things of the breadline years. They're work-worn, yes, with scars and calluses, but they have substance. They can grip, build, hold. The physical memory of the depression is like an old injury. You're mostly healed, but you know the weather of its ghost. The new strength, the returning vitality, feels both like a victory and a precarious gift. You finish the coffee, the bitter dregs at the bottom. Outside, the grey light has strengthened, defining the shapes of trees and fences. The private hour is ending. The sounds of the house are changing. A deeper groan from the furnace kicking on, a faint rustle from the children's room. You rinse your mug at the sink, looking out at the now visible yard. The world is returning to colour, detail and demand. You have had your quiet. You have listened to the echoes of war and the price of hogs. You have felt the old weakness and the new strength in your own bones. Now, you turn from the window. The day of 1940 is at the door, and you must go out to meet it. The grey light has fully claimed the room now, rendering everything in soft, honest detail. You sit on the edge of the bed, your hands pressing into the mattress. This is your first tangible connection to the day, this platform that holds your sleep. It is a metal frame painted white, its scrollwork simple and unadorned. It is not a family heirloom. It was bought likely on time just a few years ago, a purchase made with cautious hope. The real luxury lies on top of it, the inner spring mattress. You shift your weight and feel it respond, a gentle, buoyant resistance that still feels like a small miracle. For over a decade you slept on a canvas cot, a folding bed, a pile of blankets on the floor. The profound, enveloping support of a real mattress is not something you take for granted. It is a quiet testament to recovery, a physical symbol of stability regained. You run a hand over the chenille bedspread, its raised patterns familiar under your fingertips. Beneath it are sheets of crisp percale cotton, woven by machines in southern mills. They are sturdy, affordable, and they hold the smell of the bleach bucket and the crisp snap of the wind on the clothesline. But folded at the foot of the bed might lie another layer, a counterpoint to this machine-made uniformity, a quilt. Its patches are fragments of older dresses, a child's worn shirt, a floral print from a long-gone curtain. Someone's hands, your mother's or your wife's, pieced it together during the long, quiet evenings of harder times. It is weight and memory. This is the blend of your world now, the new mass-produced comfort you can buy, layered with the handmade, salvaged warmth you had to make. You stand and take in the room. The dresser is a solid blonde oak piece, its mirror framed in the same wood. A payment book for it might still be in a kitchen drawer, with 3 more months of checks to be mailed. The matching wardrobe stands against the opposite wall, its doors holding your limited but respectable collection of clothes. These are not just furnishings, they're installments on a promised life, a life of ownership and order. Your eye traces the evidence of the modern world. The wire of the bedside lamp snakes down to a baseboard outlet. The single unshaded bulb in the ceiling fixture, now off, is a given, not a marvel. Over in the corner near the window, a small electric fan sits on a stand, its blade still. In the winter, a squat ceramic space heater might be brought in for the coldest nights, its coiled elements glowing orange and filling the room with the smell of scorched dust. The room is a catalogue of this moment, the durable legacy of the past in the quilt, the purchased promise of the present in the furniture. and the humming, wired convenience of the modern age, all sharing the same space, the same air. The chill of the morning pulls you toward the bathroom. The door closes with a soft click, enclosing you in a world of tile and porcelain. Indoor plumbing is no longer a luxury for you. It is a fact. You turn the faucet, and water, obedient and immediate, rushes into the sink. But it is a measured miracle. You let it run, waiting for the hot to arrive from the small tank in the basement. It takes its time. A faint metallic groan travels up through the pipes, followed by a shudder, and then the warmth begins to mix with the cold. You fill your palms, splashing your face. The water is tepid at best, but it wakes the skin. The soap in the dish is a smooth white bar. It smells clean and simple, a mild, almost clinical fragrance. It lathers easily, this product of a vast national company, a small, affordable piece of a vast industrial machine. The towel you use is rough and thirsty, its loops of cotton abrasive against your cheeks. The mirror above the sink shows you your face, damp and emerging from sleep. It is an ordinary face, marked by work and weather, framed by hair cut short and practical. You brush your teeth with a stiff-bristled brush and a gritty paste that leaves your mouth feeling sharp and sanitized. The ritual is quick, efficient. Conservation is a lingering instinct. You turn the faucet off tightly, noting the drip that needs a washer. Hot water costs fuel. Everything has a cost. Back in the bedroom, you begin the ceremony of assembling your public self. If you're a man, you go to the wardrobe. Inside hangs your suit. It is not the only one you own, but it is the good one, the one for work and for Sunday. It is wool, dark grey or navy, cut broad in the shoulders, narrow at the waist. You put it on carefully, the trousers first with their sharp crease pressed in last night with a heavy iron. Then the starched white shirt, its collar stiff, its cuffs fastened with links that were a gift. The tie is knotted slowly in the mirror, a practiced, precise manoeuvre. The suit jacket settles on your shoulders with a familiar weight. It is armour and advertisement. It says you are employed, you are respectable, you have a place. Finally, you take the fedora from its shelf. You give its brim a tap, habitual gesture before placing it on your head. The last step is the shoes. You sit on the bed to put them on, leather Oxfords, polished to a deep shine the night before. As you tie the laces, your fingers check the soles. The leather is worn thin at the heel. You make a mental note to visit the cobbler soon. Rubber for new soles is getting harder to come by, they say. A small distant pinch of the coming world. You stand, and the man in the mirror is complete. Composed, purposeful, a product of the assembly line and the department store. If you are a woman, the ritual is different but no less deliberate. From the wardrobe comes a dress, a shirtwaist dress perhaps, in a sensible print or a solid colour. It is cotton or rayon, falling to just below the knee. It is modest but not without a hint of style, a small bow at the collar, a clever bit of piping. You smooth the fabric over your hips. Next, the stockings. You sit carefully on the edge of the bed, rolling the sheer silk onto your legs, attaching them to the garters of your girdle. The nylon ones are a treasure, incredibly smooth and strong, but you may only have one pair save for special occasions. The everyday ones are of rayon or silk, prone to runs. You handle them with care. At the vanity, you apply a light dusting of face powder, a touch of lipstick. Not too much, just enough to look put together. Your hair is pinned or curled, a style that will hold through the day's work. Your shoes are practical heels, their leather scuffed from daily use. As you put them on, you notice a stitch coming loose at the seam. You will mend it tonight. The habit of repair is deep, a muscle memory from years when new clothes were a fantasy. Your outfit is a negotiation between the desire to look modern and attractive and the pragmatic need for durability, for clothes that can be washed, mended, and worn for years. You look in the mirror and see a competent woman, ready to manage a household or step into an office. Her appearance a careful balance of polish and practicality. Downstairs, the kitchen is no longer a place of solitary thought. It has become the engine room of the morning. The smell of coffee has been joined by others, richer and more urgent. The room itself is a gallery of modern domesticity. The stove is a large white enamelled gas range, its burners crowned with blue flame. On the counter, a chrome toaster sits ready, its sides reflecting the morning light. The real marvel, humming softly in the corner, is the refrigerator. Its rounded form is a symbol of progress, a machine that silently, tirelessly fights decay. You open its heavy door, and a cloud of cold air escapes, carrying the smell of celery and milk. Inside, the light goes on, illuminating the butter dish, the bottle of milk, the eggs nestled in their compartment. You move with the economy of routine. From the icebox comes the orange juice. Frozen concentrate, now a miracle of factories and railroads, tasting of distant California sun. You set the table, simple plates, bowls for the cereal. The box of Kellogg's cornflakes with its green rooster makes a soft rustling sound as you pour the flakes into a bowl. They are light, crisp, a food engineered for nutrition and speed. In a skillet on the stove, bacon sizzles, its salty, smoky fragrance weaving through the kitchen. Eggs crack against the rim of a bowl. The toast pops up, golden brown. You spread it with butter, then with a careful spoonful of strawberry jam, the fruit preserved last summer. The radio, never silent for long, is the true centre of the room. The dial is tuned to CBS or NBC. The morning news programme is on, the announcer's voice a steady, reasonable baritone. He speaks of congressional debates, of production figures, of the president's schedule. The voice is a connection to a larger world, a national narrative. It also evokes a memory, the intimate, calming voice of Franklin Roosevelt coming through this very speaker during the worst of the Depression. You remember gathering around it, the family silent, listening to that patrician, reassuring tone explaining the banking crisis, promising action. That voice held a nation together. Now, the voices on the radio are more varied, their messages more complex, but the box remains a hearth of a different kind. Into this orchestrated bustle comes the rest of the family. Children enter, rubbing sleep from their eyes, their hair tousled. They are dressed for school, knees scrubbed, shoes tied. There is a quiet chaos as they find their seats, as the wife, you or your spouse, manages the final stages of breakfast, pouring milk, dishing out eggs. Conversation is functional, woven through the clatter of cutlery. Don't forget your lunch pail. Did you finish your arithmetic? The teacher wants the permission slip signed. It is the music of ordinary life. Beneath it runs a quieter, constant thread. As you pass the plate of bacon, you might say, "The electric bill came yesterday. It's a bit higher." Or your spouse might mention, "I saw a nice coat at Sears, but let's wait until after the holiday bonus." There is no panic in these words, only the steady, watchful management of a recovery that is still fresh, still fragile. The ghosts of empty chairs at the table, of meals stretched thin with potato filler, have not fully left the room. The comfort of this breakfast, the abundance of it, the quality, is felt keenly. It is enjoyed, but it is not assumed. The children eat quickly, eager to be off. The adults eat with purpose, fuel for the day ahead. The radio chatters on. The sun, fully risen now, streams through this kitchen window, lighting the dust motes dancing in the air. The meal is a sacrament of normalcy, a shared ingestion of hope and caution. When it is over, the children scramble to collect their books, giving quick kisses on cheeks before darting out the door. You and your spouse share a look across the table, a silent exchange that contains the day's plans, a shared worry about parents' health, a flicker of affection. Then you rise, carrying your plate to the sink. The modern kitchen, with its machines and its chilled abundance, has served its purpose. It has fortified the unit. Now, each person must step out from its warmth and into the separate channels of their day, carrying with them the taste of orange juice and the unspoken understanding that this life, this good, ordinary life, is a thing to be tended, protected, and not lightly taken for granted. The door closes behind you with a solid, familiar click. Your hand automatically checks the knob, giving it a firm twist to confirm the lock is caught. It is a small, unconscious gesture, born in a different time. During the worst years, when homes stood empty and desperation walked the streets, you learned the value of a locked door. It was less about keeping thieves out than about marking a boundary, asserting a tiny sliver of control over a world that felt wildly unmoored. The habit persists, a phantom limb of past anxiety. You pat your pocket, feeling the hard edges of your keys, the worn leather of your wallet, the cool metal of your lunch pail handle. You're equipped. You're leaving. The street before you is coming to life with a quiet, purposeful energy. It is not a rush, but a gathering. From houses up and down the block, figures emerge, each performing a similar final ritual, a pull on a hat brim, a last glance at a wristwatch, a quick word called back through an open door. Mr. Henderson from next door gives you a nod, his briefcase swinging as he strides toward the bus stop. 2 doors down, Mrs. O'Malley shepherds 3 children onto the sidewalk, straightening her collar, tucking a stray book into a bag. The children are a flock of their own, gathering at corners, their voices high and bright against the deeper tones of the departing adults. They move in loose clusters, kicking at fallen leaves, sharing scraps of conversation about homework and baseball games, their legs carrying them toward the red brick schoolhouse 6 blocks away. Meanwhile, from other houses, women emerge, not with briefcases, but with woven shopping baskets over their arms. They walk in pairs or small groups, their pace more measured, their eyes already cataloguing the day's needs. They will meet at the butcher's, the grocer's, their conversations a softer, more continuous thread through the morning, weaving the domestic network of the neighbourhood. You turn and begin your own journey. The choice of how you travel is a small but telling fact of your life. You might walk to the corner and join the growing queue at the trolley stop. The electric wire overhead hums with a steady, waiting power. Soon the car will arrive, its bell clanging, its windows already fogged with the breath of its early passengers. You will step on, feed a nickel into the fare box and find a strap to hold as the car lurches forward, a capsule of swaying bodies and murmured greetings. Or perhaps your route is served by a bus, its diesel engine exhaling plumes of blue smoke, its interior smelling of fuel and old upholstery. You find a seat, open your paper, and become part of a rolling temporary community. But maybe, and this is the modern miracle, you walk to the curb where your car sits. It is not new, but it is yours. Its curved fenders and rounded hood speak of a recent optimistic design. You unlock the door, the smell of aged leather and motor oil greeting you. The engine turns over with a confident rumble. As you pull away from the curb, you join a river of metal that is still novel enough to feel like progress. 1 in 5 Americans now has this power, this autonomy. You guide the machine down your street, past the walkers and the waiting clusters at the stops, a part of the landscape yet separate from it. The steering wheel is cool in your hands, the freedom is tangible, a direct result of the paycheck in your pocket. Yet even this freedom is watched. You note the gas gauge. You listen for any unfamiliar knock in the engine. This machine represents a lifeline, and you are its careful custodian. The soundscape of the city unfolds around you, layer by layer. It is a symphony of industry and commerce. Car horns are not yet an angry cacophony, but punctuation. A short, friendly beep of recognition, a longer blast to warn a straying pedestrian. Beneath it is the rhythmic clang, clang, clang of the trolley bells, a sound as regular as a heartbeat. The growl of bus engines mixes with the higher whine of streetcars on their tracks, and cutting through it all, the sharp staccato cries of the newsboys at major intersections. They are young, their voices straining for authority. "War news! Read all about it!" they shout, holding up the inky front pages. The words are alarming, but their chant is part of the morning's music, a discordant note that has become familiar. You might buy a paper, folding it under your arm, carrying the headlines with you like a small heavy weight. Your passage through the city is a lesson in recent history, written in brick, steel and concrete. You pass new factories, their long windowed walls and clean modern lines standing stark against the older, soot-stained buildings. They seem to hum even from the outside, promising jobs, production, a future. Then you cross a bridge or drive along a broad, well-paved boulevard, and you see the tangible legacy of the government that saved you. The Works Progress Administration stamp is still visible on the cornerstone of the new post office, its Art Deco facade proud and clean. The park you pass has freshly planted trees, a new stone bandstand, walking paths that were not there 5 years ago. This infrastructure was born from desperation, built by the hands of men who needed the work. Now, it simply is, a part of the city's bones, a silent monument to collective survival.
Your eyes are drawn to the more fleeting monuments of the culture. You pass the movie palace, its marquee ablaze of electric light even in the morning. The posters are large, lurid, promising escape. One advertises a handsome man and a frightened, elegant woman swirling a misty estate Rebecca. The name means nothing to you, but the image promises glamour and mystery. On another poster, a small man with a defiant mustache stands before a giant, grotesque figure in a military uniform. The great dictator. The satire is bold, daring. You know this one is about the war, about Hitler. It feels strange to see a comedy about such a thing. The juxtaposition is jarring. The grim newsboys cry in the comedic poster, the memory of bread lines, and the sleek new factory, the war raging abroad and the peaceful, orderly commuter home. The traffic thickens as you near the industrial district or the downtown office canyons. The separate streams of humanity, the walkers, the trolley riders, the drivers begin to merge and funnel toward the great hubs of work. The sky above is a pale, autumn blue, crisscrossed by telephone wires and the fading trails of early morning steam from distant smokestacks. The air here carries a different scent, the faint, acrid tang of coal smoke from the trains, the smell of hot pavement and gasoline, the distant yeasty breath from a brewery. You are close now. The final few blocks are a process of shedding the identity of the neighborhood, of the family man or woman, and preparing to put on the identity of the worker. You check your watch. You smooth your tie or adjust your hat. The car is parked, or you step off the trolley, or you exit the bus, falling into step with dozens of others who look like you, dressed like you, dressed like you, moving with the same purposeful rhythm toward the same gates. The sounds of the city, the bells, the engines, the cries begin to fade, replaced by the approaching, deeper hum of the plant or the collective murmur of an office building lobby. The journey from the private world of home to the public world of work is complete. You have crossed the threshold. The community of the street, with its children and shopping baskets, is behind you. Ahead lies the community of the task, the clock, and the paycheck. You take a final breath of the open, complicated air of 1940, and you step forward. The gate stands before you, a wrought iron archway with the company's name spelled out in proud, curving letters. This is the threshold. You join the stream of people flowing toward it, a current of lunch pails and worn jacket shoulders. Just inside, the time clock dominates the vestibule. It is a large, imposing machine of polished wood and brass, its face a constellation of numbered slots. You take your card from the rack, its stiff cardboard familiar in your hand. Hear the satisfying minus chunk as the machine stamps today's date and the exact minute of your arrival. 7:28 her. The sound is final. It marks the moment your time ceases to be your own. You return the card to its slot, a small, public declaration of your presence. The ritual is impersonal, essential. From there, the stream divides. Men move toward one set of doors, women toward another. The locker room is a cavern of noise and steam in the sharp, clean smell of industrial soap. Metal doors clang open and shut. Voices call out, greetings tossed like casual handshakes. Morning, Joe. Think the Tigers have a chance next year? Cold enough for you. The topics are safe, universal, and deeply deliberate. You do not talk about the news from Europe over the rattling lockers. You do not discuss the union meeting held in secret last week. You talk about the weather, which is beyond anyone's control, and sports, which is a harmless passion. It is an unspoken code. The workplace is a fragile ecosystem. Too much truth, too much fear, too much politics could disrupt the delicate balance required to get through the day. You change from your street clothes into your work clothes: sturdy denim pants, a thick cotton shirt, heavy boots scuffed pale at the toes. The transformation is physical. The suit or dress that marked you as a citizen of the outside world is stored away. You are putting on the uniform of production. Pushing through another set of doors, you enter the cathedral of industry. The sound hits you first, not as a noise but as a physical presence. It is a wall of vibration that enters through your ears and settles in your chest. It is not one sound but 100, woven into a relentless roaring tapestry. Dominating everything is the deep, rhythmic thunder of the assembly line itself, a continuous, groaning rumble of chains and rollers moving. Overlaying this are the sharper, percussive cracks of pneumatic rivet guns, a sound like giant, angry woodpeckers. Pop minus pop minus pop minus pop. Each pop is a rivet being slammed home, a punctuation mark in the manufacture of a car frame or an engine block. Between these cracks, the sustained, furious hiss of arc welders throws brilliant, blinding blue minus white sparks that dance and die in the smoky air, punctuated by the stroboscopic flashes of welding. The air is thick with smells: the sharp, metallic scent of ozone from the welders, the rich, heavy odor of machine oil and grease, the dry, particulate smell of ground metal and concrete dust. You find your station. It is a few feet of concrete floor, a specific point along the endless, creeping serpent of the line. Your tools are there, already placed. Your body knows this space. It knows exactly how many steps to the parts bin, the precise angle to lean to reach a component as it passes by. The foreman, a man with a clipboard and a permanently narrowed gaze, walks the line. He says nothing to you. His presence is enough. He is nothing to you. A piece of the machine designed to ensure the other pieces, the human pieces, operate at optimal speed. You take your place. The line brings the unfinished skeleton of a car to you. Your hands move. They do not need to be told. They align it. They pull the trigger. The scream of the bit biting into steel is loud, but you no longer hear it as separate. It is part of the symphony. You set the drill down, pick up a bracket, align it with holes, pick up a rivet gun, fire for precise shots. Your shoulders absorb the recoil. The bracket is secure. You push the frame along. It moves from your tiny kingdom to the next workers. You have 1 minute and 40-5 seconds before the next frame arrives. You wipe your hands on a rag. You do not think. The work is a conversation between your body and the machine does all the talking. Your muscles learn its language. A specific ache blooms in your right forearm by 9:30. A tightness across your shoulders by 10:15. These are not in writing this directly onto your flesh. Your rhythm becomes the line's rhythm. You learn to breathe in the spaces between the rivet gun bursts, to blink during the second-long transit of a welded seam past your eyes. Your consciousness narrows to a tunnel: the part, your hands, the tool, the part moving away. The world beyond the factory walls, the war, the family, the mortgage fades to a distant murmur, drowned out by the immediate, overwhelming now of production. It is a kind of numbness, a surrender of self that is also evil tactic. Around you, the social geography of the floor is clearly if silently mapped. The foremen and skilled machinists are almost all white men, their authority worn in their posture. The line workers are a mix. But the hardest, dirtiest jobs, foundry work, heavy lifting, are often done by men of color, their faces sheened with a different kind of sweat in the same hot air. In another wing, women are working, assembling electrical panels or stitching upholstery. Their pay is less, but their presence is growing, a quiet infiltration into the male dominion of the factory. These divisions are rarely spoken of on the floor. They are simply the landscape, as fixed and seemingly natural as the positions of the machines. Conversation during work is minimal, shouted over the din and reduced to the essential. Wrench. Behind you, it is a language of pure function, and the shared, weary roll of the eyes when the line speeds up, in the passing of a canteen of water. If your path led you not to the factory floor but to an office building, the transition is different but no less defining. The lobby is quieter, polished marble echoing with the click of heeled shoes. You ride the elevator, a cage of wrought iron and light, rising above the city's din. The office you enter is a sea of desks arranged in orderly rows, like a classroom for adults. The air is still and carries its own distinct perfume: the dry, woody smell of paper, the acrid, chemical scent of mimeograph fluid and typewriter ribbon ink, and beneath it all, the faint, sweet aroma of paste and binding glue. The sound here is a chatter of a different kind. It is the manic, staccato rhythm of a dozen typewriters, a relentless click minus clack minus ding, sip as the carriage returns. It is the heavy THWUMP of a rubber stamp hitting paper, the metallic scrape of a file drawer opening, the low murmur of telephone conversations. You sit at your assigned desk, its soaked surface scarred with generations of use. You arrange your tools: the Black Royal typewriter, its keys smooth from years of fingertips, the blotter, the tray for incoming and outgoing correspondence, the sharpened pencils in a tin cup. Your first task is often to make copies. You place the original over a sheet of carbon paper, the thin, inky sheet leaving smudges on your fingers that no soap will fully remove, and then a blank sheet. You roll them into the typewriter. The process is physical, deliberate. A mistake means starting the whole sandwich over. The file cabinets are massive, steel behemoths that groan in protest when opened, their drawers packed with the accumulating weight of business. The social code here is more nuanced, but just as binding. The dress is your armor, the suit must be neat, the dress must be modest. The hierarchy is visible in the size of the desk, the presence of a window, the type of chair. The boss sits in a glass-walled office, you sit in the open sea of desks. The politics play out in tiny, significant gestures. The morning coffee break is a ritual of immense social importance. Who stands with whom at the window? Who is invited to share a complaint about the workload? Who is left out of the loop about a new policy? Advancement is a slow, cryptic process, often based on perceived loyalty and conformity as much as on skill. You learn to keep your head down, to do your work with quiet efficiency, to laugh at the boss's jokes, to avoid controversy. The topics of conversation, like on the factory floor, are kept light. The new Cary Grant picture. The war is mentioned only in abstract terms, as a thing happening over there that might affect shipping times. As the morning grinds on, whether amid the deafening roar of the factory or the steady clatter of the office, a familiar mental state descends. It is a profound and contradictory feeling. There is a deep, almost gravitational gratitude for the work itself. You feel it in the weight of your lunch pail, in the knowledge that the paycheck will arrive on Friday, that the rent will be paid, that the car payment can be met. This gratitude is visceral, a legacy of years when this sound, this predictable exhaustion, was a desperate dream. You were lucky, you know it. But woven through that gratitude is another thread, finer but persistent. It is a sense of diminishment. Your body on the line becomes an extension of a tool. Your mind in the office becomes a processor of repetitive tasks. The creativity, the individuality you might have once imagined for yourself is slowly sanded down by the sheer repetitive weight of the hours. You perform your minute and 40-5 second ritual, or you type your 50th letter of the week, and a part of you goes quiet, goes numb. It is not hatred for the job. It is a quieter, more intimate resignation. You are a cog, but a well-soiled, essential, and paid cog. The stability is worth the numbness. You tell yourself this as the clock on the wall, the same clock you punched in under creeps toward noon. The morning's labor has been a transaction. You have traded hours of your life, specific movements of your body, vast stretches of your attention, for the promise of security, the gratitude, to tones in the same chord, the bittersweet music of work in 1940th. The whistle for the lunch break cannot come soon enough, and yet when it comes, it will only be a pause, a brief letting go of the machine's rhythm before you must once again clasp hands with it and resume the dance. The rhythm you have surrendered to is not natural. It was engineered. The ghost of a man named Frederick Taylor haunts this factory floor, his ideas made flesh in the speed of the line, in the precise placement of your tools, in the foreman's stopwatch. You may not know his name, but your body knows his philosophy. Every movement has been studied, timed, optimized for maximum output with minimum waste. A minute and 40-5 seconds. You for each task is not an accident. You feel this in the subtle pressure to shave off a second here, a half-second there. Your reach for the drill, the angle of your wrist, the number of steps to the parts bin, all of them have been, in some distant office by men with clipboards, deemed the most efficient possible method. Your body is no longer entirely your own. It is a biological machine that is a biological machine that has been calibrated to interlock with the steel machines around it. It is the source of a peculiar fatigue that is more than physical. It is the fatigue of being measured, of being a variable in an equation of productivity. Your worth in this space is quantified by your ability to pace with this engineered time. You are a good worker if you meet the clock's demands, a problem if you fall behind. The clock does not care about your stiff shoulder, your nagging headache, the worry about your son's cough you carried in from home. Metronomic completion of the task. You internalize its pulse until your own heartbeat feels secondary. This is the true legacy of efficiency, not just faster cars, but a new relationship between a person and their labor, where the person learns to think of themselves as a system of motions to be perfected. Beneath the roar of the machinery runs another current, quieter but charged. It is the murmur of collective power, still new and fragile. You know the acronym. You may wear a small, discreet button in your pocket, or you may know someone who does. Their victory, the strike that forced recognition, is a recent memory. It lives in the slightly better pay, in the vague promise of a grievance procedure. But the memory of the violence, the company police, the fear of blacklisting, lives there too. The tension is a low hum in the air, just below the hearing of the foreman. You do not discuss the union openly on the line. But in the locker room, in hushed tones by the water cooler, words are exchanged. Did you hear about the meeting? They're talking about seniority rules. The management's resistance is a palpable force. The foreman watch a little more closely. A casual remark about working conditions can earn a prolonged, silent stare. You live in this and minus between space. You feel the nascent power of the collective, the daring idea that you are not just a cost on a ledger but a stakeholder. Yet you also feel the old, hierarchical weight of the company, its instinct to control and to command. Your allegiance is pragmatic, fraught with caution. You want the benefits the union promises: security, a voice, a share of the profits your labor creates, and the fear of losing this hard -1 job is a sharper, more immediate instinct than the hope of a better one. So you move carefully. You listen. You learn the new, subtle language of solidarity, spoken in glances and shrugged shoulders, while maintaining the old, obedient language of the individual worker. And threading through everything, even the union talk, is a heavier, vaguer pressure. It is the pressure of the world beyond these walls, seeping in through the cracks. You listen: automobile, a symbol of American peace and prosperity. But the knowledge is there, unspoken yet understood by every man on the line: this could change. The machinery, the skills, the relentless rhythm, they could be turned to another purpose. The foremen get memos they don't share. You view words like conversions, defense production. They are abstract bureaucratic terms, but they carry a concrete dread. You do not know if it will happen next month, next year, or at all, but the possibility hangs in the air, mixing with the smoke and dust. It changes the light in which you see your work. The car chassis moving past you is no longer just a product, it is a potential artifact of a passing age. Trained to assemble a steering column, might soon be ordered to assemble something designed not for open roads, but for destruction. This knowledge does not fill you with patriotic fervor, not yet. It fills you with a profound uncertainty. The stability you have clung to, the routine that numbs and sustains you, feels suddenly conditional, subject to forces so vast you cannot comprehend them. You push the thought down, focus on the next rivet. To dwell on it is to invite a paralysis the line cannot afford, so you let it sit in your gut, a cold, hard knot of future anxiety, while your hands perform the familiar motions of the present. Then the whistle screams, a long, piercing note that cuts through all the other noise. The line shudders and stops. The sudden silence is a physical relief, a space opening up in the world. You lay your tools down, the ritual complete. As you walk with the others toward the cafeteria or the sunny spot by the loading dock, the conversation shifts. The engineered time, the union worries, the war clouds, they recede, not gone but shelved for this precious hour. The language of acquisition. Use it on a crate, unwrapping your sandwich, and the talk turns tangible, immediate. Saw the new Philco at Sears, a man says, taking a bite. Cabinets all walnut. Tone is something else. Another nods, wiping his mouth. Yeah, but the Admiral has more stations. Thinking of putting one on layaway. The discussion is detailed, technical. It is about features, about the mechanics of the installment plan. This is the new frontier. The car itself is not just possessions. They are the physical proof of the recovery, the trophies of your endured labor. Talking about them is a way of talking about your own success, however modest. The installment plan is the magic that makes it possible. You don't need the full sum, you just need a steady job, a future of predictable paychecks. You can have it now and pay for it with the tomorrows you are currently laboring to secure. This conversation is filled with a genuine, uncynical excitement. It is the thrill of participation in a world of things, after a long exile in a world of need. The new radio is not just a radio, it is a voice in your living room that is not Roosevelt's or Morrow's, but your own choice of entertainment. The new refrigerator is not just a cold box, it is a guarantee of plenty, a machine that defies decay and waste. And these lunchtime conversations, you are not a cog or a union man or a potential soldier. A citizen of a burgeoning economy, making choices and planning for a domestic future. It is a powerful, hopeful identity. It pushes the other thoughts, the engineered time, the management's glare, the spectre of tanks into the shadows. For these 30 minutes, while you eat your egg salad sandwich and drink your thermos of coffee, you build a different future in words, a future measured not in rivets per minute, but in living rooms furnished, in meals kept fresh, in the small, proud pleasures of ownership. It is a necessary fiction, a mental refuge built from chrome and veneer and the promise of credit. And when the whistle blows again, calling you back to the line, you carry the echo of that conversation with you, a small, bright counter-minus melody to the grim, pounding rhythm of the machines, a reminder of what, exactly, all this timed unmeasured labor is supposed to be for. The cafeteria is a temple of utility. It is a vast, echoing room, its walls a relentless grid of white tile, floor to ceiling, chosen for its ease of cleaning. The light is flat and fluorescent, bleaching color from faces and food alike. Long tables, bolted to the floor, stretch in ranks, flanked by benches that permit no lingering, only functional sitting. The line forms quickly, a silent, shuffling procession past the steam tables. The air is thick with the smell of boiled vegetables, cheap coffee, and the faint, metallic tang of mass-produced food. You pick up a thick ceramic tray, its surface mapped with 1,000 fine scratches. The server's hair netted, faces impassive, ladle portions with a swift and varied motion. A scoop of potato salad, pale and glistening. A slice of meatloaf, gray-brown under a veneer of ketchup. A rectangle of cornbread. A bowl of bean soup, its surface a translucent skin. You pay at the register, coins clinking on the metal tray, 30-5 cents. The transaction is wordless. You find a space at a table, your tray meeting the formica with a soft clatter. Around you the room fills with the low rumble of 100 conversations. It is a sound like distant machinery, a human engine idling. You eat, and you listen. The talk is a practiced, deliberate construction. On the surface, it is a liturgy of the ordinary. Men discuss the swing of Ted Williams, the purity of his 406 average, a number that feels like a sanctuary, an achievement untouched by world events. They talk about the new John Wayne picture. They speak of their children's school plays, of a troublesome carburetor, of a paint color for the porch. The words are safe, well-worn paths of dialogue that require no risk, expose no vulnerability. This is the primary language of the lunchroom. But if you listen closely, in the pauses between bites, in the tone that underlies a comment about the weather, you hear the other language, the one spoken in hints and half-finished thoughts. A man might say, "My brother's boy got his draft number," then immediately take a long drink of milk, his eyes fixed on the table. The sentence hangs unanswered. Another might murmur, "Heard they're hiring down at the aircraft plant," and the table goes quiet for a beat, everyone understanding the unspoken why. The war is a shadow that lengthens across the conversation, mentioned only obliquely, then quickly retreated from, as if direct speech might summon it closer. Alongside it runs the thread of the economy. Business is good, someone will say, tapping his fork for emphasis. But the adjective is always good, never great. The optimism is present, but it is cautious, measured, aware of how quickly good can evaporate. His name is spoken with a complex mix of reverence and resentment. "The man saved my home," one might say quietly. Another might grunt, "saved it so he could tax it to pay for his schemes." The New Deal is both lifeline and leash, a source of salvation and a symbol of dependency. These feelings are not debated, they are simply stated, like facts of nature, and left to sit on the table among the empty soup bowls. The geography of the room tells its own silent story. The tables are integrated in one sense, everyone works for the same company, but the social tectonics are immutable. At a table near the far wall, the Negro workers sit together. No rule enforces this, it is a law written in glances, in historical habit, in the comfort of not being observed. Their conversation is just as lively, their laughter just as real, but it exists within a defined space. The women from the assembly floors and offices, having emerged from their separate wings of the building, cluster at their own tables. Their talk is different in pitch, often punctuated with sharper laughter, and revolves around children, patterns for dresses, the foibles of female bosses. The separation is complete, a mirror of the world outside. You absorb this layout without conscious thought. It is simply the landscape. You eat your pie, a triangle of crust filled with a gluey sweet apple filling, and you participate in this intricate social ballet, speaking the surface words, hearing the deeper currents, and navigating the invisible boundaries that organize the room as neatly as the tiles on the wall. The final bite swallowed, you carry your tray to the rack, where it joins a tower of identical dirty dishes. The official lunch period is only half over. You push through the heavy doors, emerging into the daylight of the yard. This is the interstitial space, the true recess. The air, even if cold, feels alive compared to the canned atmosphere inside. A group of men has already gathered in the lee of the building, a sheltered spot where the wind is broken. This is the smoking area. Deliberate. A pack is pulled from a breast pocket, camels, with their picture of the pyramid, or lucky strikes, with their simple bullseye. The choice is a small badge of identity. The cigarette is tapped, placed on the lip, lit with a cupped match. The first exhale is the smoke hangs in the still, cold air, a blue-minus grey communion. Talk here is even sparser, reduced to nods, to comments on the quality of the tobacco. Some men seek solitude. They find a stack of pallets or a sunny patch of wall and slide down it, their bodies folding into rest. From a jacket pocket comes not a tool, but a magazine or a paperback. It might be the Saturday Evening Post, its cover an Orman Rockwell painting of an idealized America, a world of freckled boys and kindly barbers. Or it might be a pulp detective novel, its pages filled with cynicism and shadow, a different kind of escape, a different kind of escape. For 20 minutes, the factory disappears. The reader is in a small minus-down rug store, or a rain-slicked Los Angeles street. His face goes slack, the lines of concentration and vigilance smoothed away. This is not idleness, it is a vital recalibration of the mind. In a corner by the loading dock, behind a screen of crates, a different ritual unfolds. Men kneel on the concrete. Dice click in a cupped hand, are blown upon for luck, then released in a scatter across the ground. A low murmur rises. Come on, baby, need a 7. Money changes hands, not much a quarter, a few dimes, but the transaction is grave, serious. This is not play, it is a tiny, defiant assertion of chance in a world ruled by the clock's certainty. It is a gamble. Not foreman or efficiency experts decides the outcome. The intensity on the faces is absolute. For these few minutes, they are not workers, they are players, masters of their own tiny, risky universe. You find your own niche, perhaps just leaning against a brick wall, feeling the weak autumn sun on your closed eyelids. This is the body's time. You feel the specific ache in your lower back from standing, the tightness in your calves. You stretch, hearing joints pop. You let your shoulders slump, a posture forbidden on the line. The urge to simply be, to not produce, is overwhelming, but even here, in this borrowed freedom, you are not entirely free. You are aware of windows above you, of the management offices that look out over the yard. You do not slouch too obviously. You do not let your break extend a second past the understood limit. The freedom is alone, and the terms are strict. The pleasure of the cigarette, the immersion in a story, the thrill of the dice all are heightened by their temporary, contingent nature. You savor them precisely because you know the whistle will soon scream, pulling you back into the measured, obedient rhythm of the afternoon. Deep drag, crush the cigarette under your heel, and stand up, your body already bracing itself for the return. The brief, sweet illusion of personal space collapses. You are a worker again, and the machine is waiting. The whistle's scream is a guillotine, cleanly severing the brief autonomy of the break. The return to the line is not a beginning, but a resumption. The morning's energy, that initial push fueled by coffee and the momentum of starting, has been entirely spent. What remains is not excitement, but a deeper, more fundamental resource endurance. The afternoon is a test of pure stamina. The same movements that felt sharp and purposeful at 9 o'clock now feel leaden viscous. The ache in your forearm is no longer a signal, it is a constant, low-grade presence. The tightness across your shoulders has settled in, a permanent ridge of tension. You pick up your drill, and its weight has increased. You lift the rivet gun, and your muscles protest with a familiar, dull complaint. This is not the pain of injury, but the grinding wear of repetition. The work becomes a negotiation between your will and the accumulating fatigue of your flesh. You learn to distribute the strain, to shift your weight subtly, to use gravity to assist a lift. The line's rhythm, once a demanding master, now becomes a metronome you cling to for structure, a beat that pulls you forward when your own internal motivation flags. This natural ebb of human energy does not escape notice. The foremen, who seemed content to patrol the periphery in the morning, now become more visible, more present. Their footsteps on the concrete floor are more frequent, their pauses behind you longer. They do not speak, they observe. The clipboard is a silent accusation. You feel their gaze like a physical pressure between your shoulder blades. It is a reminder that the machine's needs are constant, even if your body's capacity is not. Their increased scrutiny is a form of applied pressure, a counterweight to the gravitational pull of fatigue. You find yourself straightening your posture when you sense one approaching, forcing a semblance of briskness into your motions. The efficiency of the morning may have been a matter of skill and synchronization. The efficiency of the afternoon is often a performance, a conscious act of defiance against your own weary biology. As your body performs its memorized ballet, your mind, no longer needed to guide the routine, begins to drift. It floats free of the oily concrete and the screaming steel, seeking refuge in other times and places. It plans the evening ahead. You mentally walk through the stop at the market, deciding between pork chops and the cheaper cut of beef. You calculate the weeks left on the refrigerator payment. You feel a minor thrill at the thought of the new radio drama airing tonight. A small pleasure waiting at the end of the tunnel. But the drift is not always toward comfort. It snags on worries. You picture the unpaid dentist bill on the kitchen table. You hear, in the hiss of the welder, the sound of your eldest son asking again about college, an ambition that feels both necessary and impossibly distant. You imagine other lives, a fleeting image of a different job, one where you use your mind more than your back, surfaces and is quickly dismissed as fantasy. A memory of a pre-depression summer, of feeling light and unburdened, flashes and fades, leaving a peculiar homesickness for a time that may never have been as simple as you recall. Your hands work, your eyes track the moving parts, and you are in these moments only partially here. You are a ghost in a machine, your essential self hovering somewhere else, tethered to your laboring body by the thinnest of threads. Then a subtle shift occurs. The clock on the far wall, which you have learned to read from the corner of your eye without turning your head, tells you there is 1 hour remaining. This knowledge acts like a chemical in your blood. A final reservoir of energy, previously untapped, is summoned. It is not the fresh energy of the morning, but a sharper, more desperate kind. It is the energy of the finish line. The rhythm of your work doesn't just maintain, it accelerates. Your motions become crisper, more decisive. The minute and 40-5 seconds feels suddenly generous. You find you are completing your task with seconds to spare, using them to wipe your brow or take a half-minus step to ease your knees. This final surge is not for the foreman, not for the company. It is purely for you. It is the physical expression of the desire to be gone, to be released back into the world where you are a father, a spouse, a neighbor, a person with a name rather than a function. It sounds, its manageable chaos pulls you forward. The weariness is still there, deeper than ever, but it is now partnered with a potent, focused intent. You are no longer merely enduring the afternoon. You are actively, muscle by aching muscle, claiming it, conquering it, so that you might leave it behind. The last hour becomes a silent, furious sprint toward the freedom of the whistle, your body straining against its own limits, fueled by the simple, profound motive power of home. The final whistle is a different sound. It is not the sharp command of the lunch break, but a longer, deeper blast that seems to vibrate in the concrete under your feet. It signals not a pause, but a release. The line shudders to a halt. The roar of machinery begins to die, not into silence, but into a diminishing echo, a room full of sounds being switched off one by one. You lay your tool down with a finality that is both physical and mental. The walk to the time clock is slower than the morning's march. Your body feels heavy, drained, yet thrumming with a peculiar energy, the energy of cessation. And the clock, you take your card. The communist chunk of the stamp is the same sound, but its meaning is transformed. It is the sound of a door unlocking. You return the card to its slot. A day's labor has been officially surrendered, and in exchange, you have reclaimed your own time. The feeling is a potent mixture of profound, bone-deep weariness, and a soaring, light-headed sense of relief. You are also utterly spent. You join the river of people flowing out through the gates, the current moving more slowly now, bodies loosening, postures slumping into the honest weariness they hid all day. The air outside, even if tinged with factory smoke, tastes clean, expansive. You make your way to your car, the trolley stop, or simply begin the walk home. But the journey is not direct. There is an errand, a small duty of domesticity. You stop at the AP or the corner grocery. The store is a temple of a new kind of faith. It is brightly lit, its shelves lined with packages and cans, a symphony of commercial design. You take a wire basket from the stack. Your eye is drawn to labels. You know the smiling chef on the cream of wheat box, the bright red of a Campbell's soup can, the familiar script of Procter & Gamble on a cake of soap. Brand loyalty is not just habit, it is a form of trust, a belief in consistent quality purchased in a world that so recently offered none. Your fingers know the weight of a nickel, a dime. The mental arithmetic is automatic, a ghost of the depression that sits on your shoulder, whispering caution even as you reach for a small luxury like a jar of pre-ground coffee. You move through the aisles, a careful consumer in a landscape of newfound plenty. Then you see it, a small sign taped to the front of a glass counter. It reads, simply, "Nylons out of stock. More expected soon." You stare at it for a moment. It is such a small thing, a shortage of women's stockings. But it feels like a crack in the world, a tiny, hairline fracture in the facade of normalcy. You know because the news has mentioned it in passing that the miracle fiber nylon is needed for parachutes, for ropes, for other things that have nothing to do with a woman's legs. The distant war has reached into this brightly lit store and taken this small, everyday thing. It is a whisper, a hint of the vast reordering of priorities that may be coming. You finish your shopping: bread, milk, a pound of hamburger, the mundane items grounding you again. And the register, you pay cash. The coins leave your hand, and you walk out, carrying your brown paper bag, its contents a modest testament to your labor and your place in this delicate, humming economy. The walk home now takes you through the theater of your own neighborhood. The harsh, focused light of the workplace softens into the golden, slanting light of late afternoon. You see life being lived in the open. On porches, two neighbors lean on railings, talking, their gestures slow and relaxed. Children released from school are playing a loud, chaotic game of tag in the street, their shouts piercing the air. From the open window of a living room, the distinct, dramatic strains of a radio program spill out the ominous chord of the shadow or the stirring trumpet theme of the Lone Ranger. Each house seems to breathe, emitting its own soundtrack of domestic life. You pass the small businesses that stitch the community together. The barbershop pole still spins, though the last customer has left. Through the window, you see the proprietor sweeping up dark curls from the linoleum floor. Next door, the cobbler is bent over his last, tapping a tiny nail into a shoe sole, a picture of concentrated, anachronistic skill. The drugstore window displays a pyramid of Coca-Cola bottles and a poster for a new tonic. These are the capillaries of local commerce, places where you are known by name, where credit might be extended based on a handshake and your reputation as a reliable worker. Amid this normalcy, other signs are planted, subtle but persistent. Tacked to the community bulletin board outside the post office is a brightly colored poster showing a family in a basement, wearing serious expressions. Civilian defense, know your role, it commands. Another, more somber poster from the Red Cross shows an nurse in a stark white cap. He needs your help too, it says, next to a picture of a wounded soldier. You glance at them, register their message, and walk on. They are part of the scenery now, like fire hydrants or street signs. Life goes on around them. Boys still play stickball in the lot beside the recruiting station. Women still push baby carriages past the civil defense posters. The juxtaposition is strange, but it has become ordinary. The threat is acknowledged, but it is kept at bay by the powerful, daily insistence of routine. You cross an invisible boundary, moving from one street to the next, and the texture of the world changes slightly. The houses here are larger, their paint fresher, their lawns manicured. In the driveways sit newer model cars, their chrome gleaming. On one porch, a man in a cardigan smokes a pipe, reading a thick newspaper, the very image of secure leisure. A few blocks over, the houses are smaller, closer together, the fences in need of mending, the cars older, muddier. Not a chasm but a slope. You understand your place on that slope. You know that the man with the pipe likely works in an office downtown, not on a factory line. You know his worries are different, perhaps about stock portfolios rather than layaway payments. The American tapestry is woven with these subtle, continuous threads of distinction, visible in the trim on a house, the model of a refrigerated kitchen window, the quality of a child's bicycle left on a walk. Carrying your grocery bag, a participant and an observer of this quiet, layered world. You reach your own walk, your own steps. The door opens before you can turn the key. The smell of dinner, onions frying, perhaps meatloaf baking, wraps around you like a warm blanket. Inside, the world contracts to a familiar, manageable scale. Your wife is at the stove, her back to you, stirring a pot. She calls a greeting over her shoulder. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows. The children are mesmerized, their afternoon play forgotten. You stand for a moment in the doorway, letting the feeling of arrival settle into you. You are home. The first true ritual of return is the shedding of the work skin. You go upstairs to the bedroom. You knot the tie, hang the suit jacket carefully on the back of a chair. You unlace the heavy shoes, peeling them off with a groan of relief. You change into soft, worn trousers and an old sweater, garments that hold the shape of your body at rest. The transformation is profound. With each removed piece of the public uniform, a layer of the day's tension falls away. You are no longer a worker, a function. You are becoming, once again, the private self. Back downstairs, you go to the kitchen. Your wife has set a glass on the table. You go to the small cabinet where the bottle is kept. It is still a novel act, this legal pouring of a drink at home. The memory of prohibition is not so distant, the pleasure still carries a faint, rebellious sting. You pour an inch of whiskey into the glass, or you open a bottle of beer. A first sip is cold and sharp, or warm and smoky. It travels through you, a signal to your nervous system that the time for vigilance, for performance is over. You lean against the counter, watching your wife work, and you exhale a long, slow breath that seems to come from the very center of your fatigue. Now comes the exchange. You ask about her day. She speaks of the children's squabbles, a frustrating trip to the ration board for sugar stamps that weren't ready, a conversation with a neighbor about a recipe. Her words paint a picture of the domestic front, a world of small-scale logistics and social nuance. You offer fragments of your own day, the forman's mood, a joke someone told at lunch, the nagging problem with a particular drill bit, or the vague dread about conversion, or the engineered time. You speak of the surface events. It is enough. The children burst in, competing to tell you about school, about the radio show, about a lost baseball. You listen, you nod, you ask a question. Then, over the simmering pots, the conversation turns practical, forward-looking. The car needs new tires before winter, you might say. Your wife will reply, I think we can manage it if we skip the movie this month. Or she might say, the school is having a parent meeting about the air raid drills. Should one of us go? You discuss it, weighing it against other commitments. A decision about a household repair, about a child's birthday gift, about a visit to relatives. These are the negotiations that build a life. They are conducted in low voices, with a shared language of caution and hope. You are partners managing a small, fragile enterprise called a family, in a world that feels both promising and perilously uncertain. The drink is finished. The children are called to set the table. The radio in the living room is switched to the news station, its volume low. You have completed the journey from the collective roar of the factory to the intimate murmur of your own kitchen. You have shed one identity and reassumed another. The evening has begun, not as an escape, but as a return to the center of your own story. The kitchen now becomes a stage for the final, sustained act of the day's labor, a labor distinct from the factory's but no less demanding. Your wife stands at its center. The modern aids present the hum of the refrigerator, the steady blue flame of the gas range, but they are accompaniments, not replacements. The work is still authored by human hands. You watch as she moves from counter to stove, a dance of efficiency learned through 10,000 repetitions. Her hands are rarely still. They peel potatoes with a paring knife, the brown skins curling away in a single, continuous ribbon. They snap green beans, the clean pop a tiny, satisfying percussion. They season the meat, a pork roast, perhaps, or a beef pot roast, a cut that speaks of better times, rubbing salt and pepper into its surface with a practiced touch. There is a physicality to it, a knowledge embedded in the wrists and fingers, She knows exactly how much pressure to apply when testing the potatoes donuts with a fork. The precise moment when the gravy has thickened enough to coat the back of a spoon. This is skilled work, performed without fanfare, its product ephemeral but essential. The electric light glints off the chrome of the toaster, off the enamel of the pots, but it is her shadow moving against the wall, her quiet concentration, that gives the room its purpose and its life. She calls everyone to the table. You gather, the day's separate paths converging once more. The plates are set, the glasses filled with milk or water. The food is brought forth. This is the daily sacrament, the proof of managed survival. The platter holds the meat, cooked through and fragrant, a larger portion than would have been conceivable a decade ago. Its presence is a quiet statement we are doing better. Whipped with milk and a precious pat of butter until creamy. A dish of cooked vegetables, their colors muted but their nutritional value a conscious concern now. And for a touch of sweetness, a small bowl of confruit peaches or pears, suspended in heavy syrup, their flavor a taste of summer preserved, a testament to the factory in the tin can. The meal is not extravagant, but it is substantial, balanced, a direct result of planning and physical effort. You serve yourselves. The portions generous. The first bite is a grounding sensory pleasure. The savory richness of the meat, the comforting blandness of the potato, the faint metallic aftertaste of the canned fruit. These flavors are the taste of home, of security hard-won and carefully maintained. With the food comes a change in the atmosphere. The formalities of the day shed away. The conversation no longer constrained by the need to perform or to avoid sensitive topics, finds a gentler, more meandering rhythm. The children lead, their words tumbling out in excited clusters. They tell of a spelling test conquered, of a kickball game won or lost, of a funny thing the teacher said. Their stories are the raw material of an ordinary childhood, and you listen, asking questions, smiling at their pride or soothing a minor disappointment. Plans for the coming weekend are floated. A trip to the movies is debated, maybe to see that new cartoon feature Fantasia everyone is talking about. A drive to visit grandparents in the next town is considered. The condition of the car and the price of gasoline weighed against the desire for connection. A project is suggested, painting the fence, cleaning out the garage. These are the negotiations of shared life. The plotting of future happiness and duty on a small, manageable scale. For this half-minus hour, the world contracts to the dimensions of the wooden table. The war, the factory, the uncertainties recede. They are not gone, but they are held at bay by the simple, powerful act of breaking bread together, of sharing stories, of laughing at a child's imitation of a grumpy neighbor. It is a fragile piece, but in the warm light of the kitchen, it feels absolute. The meal concludes, plates scraped clean, a rule enforced not by sternness but by the living memory of waste as a sin. The ritual of clearing begins. There is no mechanical servant to handle this. The miracle of the dishwasher exists only in magazine advertisements for the very wealthy. So the human carry plates and glasses to the sink. Your wife fills one basin with hot soapy water, another with rinse water, another with rinse water that starts clear but soon clouds. You take up the soon clouds, a length of rough linen. The washing is methodical. Each plate is scrubbed, rinsed, passed to you to be dried and stacked. The silverware see links at the bottom of the basin. The pots, with their stubborn cooked minus on bits, require soaking and a more determined scouring. The work is companionable, a final shared task of the day. There is little talk now, only the slosh of water, the clatter of dishes, the soft whisper of the towel on ceramic. It is a mindful, almost meditative process. You are erasing the day's final evidence, restoring order. The clean, stacked plates in the cupboard, the gleaming sink, the white minus down table, they are a visual full stop, a declaration that the work of sustenance is complete. The kitchen, which has been a hive of activity since early morning, finally falls still. The only sound is the drip of the faucet, soon to be tightened, and the faint, fading hum of the refrigerator, standing sentinel in the corner, ready for the quieter, more interior hours of the night to begin. The quiet of the clean kitchen is soon gently filled by a different kind of presence. The family drifts into the living room, drawn to the polished wooden console that stands against the wall. It is more than a piece of furniture, it is a portal. You turn the knob. The tubes inside warm with a soft orange glow, and after a moment of static hiss, the room floods with sound. It is a variety show. The crisp, rapid fire banter of Edgar Bergen and his impudent wooden dummy, Charlie McCarthy, fills the air. The jokes are silly. The laughter of the studio audience is contagious. Or perhaps it is Bob Hope's voice, brash and confident, weaving jokes about his own cowardice and the latest Hollywood gossip. For 30 minutes, the family sits together, not talking, just listening. A shared smile passes between you at a particularly good punchline. The children giggle at the dummy siucines. This is collective relaxation, passive but deeply connective. Beamed into your home from a distant studio, becomes a guest in your living room, his voice knitting the family together in a cocoon of levity and distraction. The day's weariness is soothed by this stream of engineered cheer. But the programming is a schedule, and the schedule has its own sober rhythm. As the comedy show ends with a final burst of applause and a cheerful musical sign off, a different expectation settles over the room. It is nearly 9 o'clock. No one says it, but everyone knows. The dial is turned, seeking the familiar, grave tones of a news network. The entertainment facade falls away. When the announcer's voice comes on, it is lower, more measured. This is the news. The family falls silent. The children, though they may not understand all the words, sense the shift in atmosphere and quiet their fidgeting. You listen to the dispatches from London, from Berlin, from Washington. The words describe movements of armies, diplomatic statements, production figures for tanks and planes. The war is rendered in a calm, factual monotone, which somehow makes it more terrifying. You hear the names of places you will never see. You hear numbers of ships sunk, of planes lost, of miles advanced or retreated. The reality of the conflict is filtered through this dispassionate voice, becoming a series of abstract reports. Yet, in the quiet of your living room, the abstractions feel heavy, personal. You glance at your sons, their heads bent over a toy on the rug, and the news paints a shadow of a possible future you cannot bear to consider. The broadcast lasts 15 minutes. When it concludes, there is often a moment of continued silence before someone, usually your wife, reaches over and turns the knob, clicking the set off. The sudden absence of sound is profound. The entertainment that preceded it now feels like a distant memory. The news has done its work. It has reminded you that the world is large, dangerous, and moving in ways you cannot control. The family disperses from the radio's sphere, carrying that quiet reminder with them. The evening now fragments into quieter, individual pursuits. Your wife settles into her armchair near a good lamp. A basket of mending sits at her feet. She takes out a shirt of yours, its elbow worn thin. She selects a patch from her scrap bag, a piece of fabric that matches well enough. Threading a needle, she begins the tiny, precise stitches that will extend the garment's life. Her hands move with a graceful, unconscious skill. This is production of a difference, not for a paycheck, but for the household economy, a silent declaration of care and thrift. You, in your own chair, open the evening newspaper. The headlines shout, but you turn to the sports pages, the comics, the local news. You read about a city council meeting, a high school football victory. It is a way of anchoring yourself in the immediate, the local, after the global scale of the radio news. The children are at the dining table, school books open, the scratch of pencils, the soft fret of pencils, the soft flutter of a page, the occasional whispered question to a sibling about a math problem. The room is not silent, but it is filled with a productive, low-energy hum. Each person is engaged in their own task, yet there is comfort in the shared space, in the companionable quiet. Then a distinct sound breaks the calm, the sharp, jangling ring of the telephone. It is still an event. Not every home has one, so its ring carries importance. Your wife puts down her sewing and goes to answer it, standing in the hallway where the phone is mounted on the wall. "Hello? Yes, we're fine." Her voice takes on a different tone, warmer, more animated. It is a call from her sister, 3 towns over. But it is a vital thread in the network of family. She shares a piece of news about a cousin, listens to a story about a child's birthday party, promises to visit soon. You might take your turn speaking briefly to your brother, the conversation often awkward over the wire, reduced to the same safe topics as the factory lunchroom, work, health, the weather. When the call ends, the click of the receiver being placed back in its cradle is a definitive sound. Is severed. You return to your chair, carrying a small update from the wider web of your relationships, a reminder that your family is part of a larger, dispersed whole. As the clock nears a later hour, the household begins its final, inward turn. The children are called from their homework. The bathroom becomes the site of the evening's last shared routine. Faces are washed with a cloth and soap, the water now reliably warm from the day's use. Teeth are brushed with that now commonplace marvel, toothpaste, its minty sharpness a clean, modern sensation. A full bath is not a daily event, it is a weekly production, requiring time, fuel to heat the water and effort. It is just the swift, efficient cleansing of face, hands and teeth. The children are shepherded to their rooms. The bedtime ritual is more deliberate than it was for you as a child. There is a story read from a book with colorful illustrations, tales of brave engines or adventurous rabbits. It is a moment of pure, focused affection. Then, a kiss on the forehead, the smoothing of sheets, the decisive click of the light switch. A concession to a child's fear of the dark that is now understood, not dismissed. This attention to a child's inner world feels new, a softer approach born from newer ideas whispering through the culture. The house settles again, now just the two of you. In the quiet dark of your own bedroom, the final masks come off. This is where the unsaid finds cautious words. Lying side by side in the dark, the day's performance is fully concluded. You speak in low tones about the things that matter too much to say aloud under brighter lights. You talk about the savings account, its meager growth a source of both pride and anxiety. Is it enough for an emergency? Will it be enough for an emergency? The war is mentioned not as news, but as a personal specter. What if it comes here? What would we do? The questions have no answers. You speak of your aging parents, their health declining, the looming responsibility of their care, and the financial strain it may bring. These conversations are circular, never resolving, but there is a profound relief in sharing the weight of them. The fears, once voiced, lose a little of their power to isolate. But to people clinging to the same small raft in an uncertain sea, and the shared confession of fear is a way of holding hands. Finally, you rise. The house must be secured. This ritual is etched deep, a physical memory from years when loss was a constant threat. You walk through the quiet rooms. You check the lock on the front door, turning the deadbolt with a solid, satisfying clunk. You go to the back door, testing its latch. In the kitchen, you peer at the dials on the stove, ensuring all the gas valves are firmly in the off position. A single, wasted pilot light is a waste of money, a tiny hemorrhage of precious resource. You click off the last lamp, plunging the house into a darkness broken only by the faint street-light glow around the window shades. You stand for a moment in the silent hallway, listening. The house creaks softly. A child murmurs in sleep. The furnace rumbles to life in the basement, then settles. Everything is in its place. Everything is in its place. Everything is in its clear. The day, with all its labor, its small joys, its unspoken dreads, is officially concluded. Your body finally allowing itself to fully relax into the waiting mattress. A last conscious thought is not of the factory or the news, but of the simple, profound safety of locked doors, a sleeping family, and the familiar, trusting warmth of the body beside you. The vigilance can cease. For a few hours, you can truly rest. The security you feel, the stability of the Friday paycheck is real, but it is a thin layer over a deep and familiar anxiety. Your wages have risen. The envelope holds around $20–5 for a week's labor, a sum that would have seemed like a fantasy in 1932nd. You can feel the solidity of the bills in your hand. Yet this purchasing power is a fickle thing. You walk into a store, and the prices seem to have a life of their own, creeping upward in subtle increments. A pair of shoes costs more than it did last year. The cut of meat that is your usual purchase now requires a moment of hesitation. The math is constant in your mind. The raise in pay is immediately absorbed by the rising cost of living, leaving you feeling like you are running on a treadmill, moving, but not actually advancing. The prosperity is audible in the hum of the factories, visible in the new cars on the street. In your own pocket, it feels less like a revolution and more like a cautious, provisional truce with fate. This tension defines your relationship with the new world of things. You own more. The refrigerator, the radio, the car itself, they are in your home. They are used daily. But their presence is shadowed by a paper trail. The installment plan booklets are filed in the kitchen drawer, each one a calendar of obligation. You own these objects, but you are also owned by them, by the future labor they represent. A missed payment is not an abstract financial concept, it is the repo man at the door, the tangible loss of the very symbol of your recovery. This debt is a new kind of weight, different from the pure deprivation of the depression. That was an empty weight, a weight of absence. This is a full weight, a weight of precarious possession. You have climbed out of the pit of need, but now you walk a narrow ledge of credit, where a single misstep, a layoff, an illness could send you tumbling back down, this time dragging your hard -1 possessions with you. And your reality is not every earnest reality. You live in the city, where the smoke from the stacks is the smell of opportunity. But you have relatives, or you hear stories from the country. Their world is not humming with the same rhythm. The farms are still struggling. Prices for wheat and corn are unreliable. The soil is tired. The weather is a cruel and capricious god. The government programs that put you to work building roads, did little to fix the fundamental brokennesses of the agricultural economy. When you visit or when they come to town, you see the difference in their clothes, in the worry etched deeper around their eyes. The recovery is not a tide lifting all boats. It is a selective current, favoring the industrial corridors, leaving vast stretches of the heartlands still stranded in the muddy backwaters of the previous decade. The nation is healing, but it is a lopsided healing, and the scar tissue between the city and the farm is thick and sensitive. Within the humming city itself, Other, quieter revolutions are stirring. You see it on the streetcar, in the occasional woman wearing not a dress, but a pair of slacks, carrying not a shopping basket but a lunch pail. They are entering offices as clerks and secretaries in greater numbers. A few are even appearing in the factories, in segregated sections doing lighter assembly work. The idea of Rosie the Riveter does not yet exist as a poster icon, but the woman she represents is beginning to step out of the domestic frame. Yet for everyone who works, the expectation remains an anchor. Her primary identity, her assumed destiny, is still that of wife and mother. Her wages are oft uncalled pin money, supplemental, not essential, even when they are. Her work outside the home is tolerated as a necessity or a temporary phase, not celebrated as a new normal. A profound tension exists there between the expanding possibility and the ancient, rigid script. You feel it in your own home, in the unspoken gratitude for your wife's management, paired with the unshakable assumption that the home is her ultimate domain. The racial geography of the city is another silent, powerful text. The Great Migration has brought thousands of Negro families from the South, seeking the same factory work you depend on. You see them in the streets, living in crowded, designated neighborhoods. You work beside some of the men, though you may not share a lunch table. The America presented in Life magazine, all smiling white faces in shiny kitchens, is a partial picture. It is in the separate water fountains downtown, in the theaters with their balconies, in the real estate covenants that keep neighborhoods like yours homogeneously white. This separation is so complete it often feels invisible, a natural order of things. Yet, the presence of these other Americans, working the same machines, dreaming similar dreams of stability, is a constant, quiet contradiction to the national myth of unity. You benefit from this system without having to think about it. Your place on the ladder, however modest, is secured in part by the fact that others are forced to stand on rungs far below. And the world keeps pressing in. You hear the stories on the radio, read the headlines about Jews fleeing Europe, their haunted faces sometimes appearing in the newsreels before the cartoon at the movies. There is pity, a distant horror. But in the same breath, you might hear a neighbor complain that those people will take jobs, will change the character of the town. The ideology of 100% Americanism that flourished after the last war still has roots. There is a fear of the foreign, a desire to pull the blanket of America tightly over yourself and shut out the troubled, complicated world. The refugees' tragedy is real, but it is also a potential disruption to the fragile order you have built. Compassion and suspicion wage a quiet war in the national heart, and in your own. This internal conflict finds its loudest expression in the great national argument you hear crackling over the radio every night. The voice of Charles Lindbergh, the heroic aviator, speaks with calm, somber authority about the necessity of staying out of Europe's wars, about the peril of entangling alliances. His America First Committee gives voice to your deepest, most instinctual desire to be left alone, to tend to your own garden. Then the voice of the president, or his supporters, responds with arguments about defending democracy, about the threat if Britain falls. You listen to both. Lindbergh articulates your fear, Roosevelt articulates a moral duty you cannot entirely dismiss. The debate is not abstract. It feels like a war for the American soul, and your own mind is the battlefield. You want peace, you crave normalcy, but a part of you wonders if such a thing is possible any longer. At work, the debate becomes material, the rumors become memos. The factory management speaks with new visitors in suits from Washington. There is talk of retooling of defense priorities. A small, experimental order comes in not for car parts, but for components that fit no automobile you've ever seen. The knowledge is a cold trickle in your veins. The machinery of your daily life, the source of your fragile security, is being assessed for its ability to build machinery of death. The peacetime economy you have just begun to trust is being measured for a wartime conversion. And so you are left in a state of profound contradiction. You listen to the horrors of London with genuine sympathy, your heart aching for the people shown in the newsreels huddled into stations. Yet when you imagine your own son, your own street, subjected to that, your every instinct screams for isolation, for the ocean to be a wall, not a bridge. You enjoy the solidity of your job, the new curtains in the living room, the meat on the table with a keen, almost guilty pleasure. Yet you enjoy it under a sky that feels increasingly ominous, as if you are having a picnic on a beautiful day while a storm gathers just beyond the horizon. Its direction uncertain, you are grateful for the present, and terrified of the future. You want the world to be simple, to be safe, but you are becoming uneasily aware that it is neither, and that your own fate, and the fate of the life you have so carefully pieced together, is now tied to events unfolding across oceans. In the chance rise of governments and the movements of armies, the American mind in 1940 is not at peace. It is a held breath, a watchful waiting, a hope stretched taut over a deepening well of dread. The lessons of the last decade are not facts you recall, they are reflexes. They live in the way you handle money, the way you regard a clear sky, the way you regard a clear sky. The Great Depression taught you to cherish stability with a ferocious gratitude, but it also taught you, in its marrow-minus deep way, to never trust it. Permanence is an illusion. Security is a weather pattern, subject to change without notice. You have rebuilt from the rubble of that certainty, and the new structure you inhabit is sturdier. But you are always listening for cracks, for tremors. Your psychology is one of vigilant appreciation. You enjoy the good day while knowing absolutely that a bad one can follow. This awareness shapes your entire strategy for living. Faced with the vast, rolling uncertainty of the world, the economic tremors, the war clouds, you do not confront it head-on. You cannot. Instead, you focus on the granular. You narrow your world to the manageable scale of the daily, the routine of work, the ritual of the meal, the precise choreography of a Saturday morning cleaning. These are things you can control. You reinforce the family unit, making it a fortress of mutual obligation and affection. It is your primary defense against chaos, and you place a curious, resilient faith in the forward march of technology. The refrigerator, the car, the miracle of penicillin you read about, these are not just conveniences. They are articles of faith. They are proof that progress is real, that the future, despite its dreads, will also bring solutions, better tools, easier lives. This belief is a necessary counterweight to the fear of cyclical collapse. The American dream itself has been tempered in the crucible of those hungry years. It is no longer the gaudy fantasy of sudden riches, of mansions and yachts. It has been simplified, distilled to its essential element, the dream of stability. A steady job, a paid minus off home, a secure old age, health, enough. This is the new, solemn aspiration. To achieve it is to have won everything. Within this narrowed, fortified world, you stage a quiet, constant resistance against the grand and terrifying narratives. The radio may speak of bombing raids, but you will still hold your daughter's birthday party. You will hang crepe paper, bake a cake with Russian sugar, play pin minus the minus donkey. The act is deliberate. It is a declaration that the small, tender human ceremonies must continue, that they are, in fact, the reason for any of it. You assert control in the marketplace, which has become a new arena of identity. Choosing a camel over a lucky strike, debating the merits of a Dice Auto versus a Plymouth. These are tiny acts of sovereignty. In a world where you have little say over global events, the choice of consumer product becomes a meaningful expression of self, a way to carve out a sliver of individuality from the monolithic culture of production. And you use humor as a shield. When Bob Hope makes a joke about the army, about Hitler, about the chaos, you laugh. It is not a callous laugh. It is a laugh of recognition and temporary release. The joke takes the immense, incomprehensible horror and shrinks it down to a manageable size, something you can hold in your mind for a moment without being crushed by it. It creates psychological distance. It allows you to look at the monster and, for a fleeting second, see it as a vital survival technique, a way to breathe in a suffocating atmosphere. All of this striving, this careful construction of a stable life, is directed toward a single, overwhelming purpose: your children. The pressure you feel is not for yourself, but for them. You must create a platform so solid that they can launch themselves into a future you cannot even imagine, a future where the haunting spectre of bread lines and the paralyzing fear of war are merely stories in a history book, not living memories. You want there enough to be more generous, more secure than your own. This creates a profound ambivalence toward your own parents. You are grateful for their endurance, for the lessons in toughness they unknowingly bestowed. You admire the grit that carried them through droughts and depressions. And you do not want that life for your children. You do not want them to have to be that tough. You want their challenges to be of a different, perhaps more complex, but less brutally physical kind. You stand between two generations, one defined by sheer survival, and one you hope will be defined by something more. And as you look at your child bent over a school book, you feel the peculiar weight of your historical moment. You cannot name it, but you sense it, the feeling that you are living at a hinge point, a time when the world is turning on its axis, and the lives of the next generation will be cast in a fundamentally different mold than your own. Your task is to steady them through the turn, to give them whatever tools of stability, education, and hope you can muster, so that when the new world emerges, whatever it may be, they are ready to meet it, not with the hardened resignation of survivors, but with the adaptable strength of builders. The last light is out. The radio's warm glow has faded from the corner, leaving only the faint, orange pulse of the radiator's coils behind its metal grille, a single, sleepy eye in the dark. It hisses, the only sound now, a soft, rhythmic breath that seems to sync with your own. The house has settled into its deepest quiet. The children's murmurs have ceased. The floors have finished their nightly contraction with a final, isolated pop, a cocoon against the autumn chill pressing at the windows. In this absolute stillness, your body finally, fully, lets go. It is a slow unraveling. The clenched vigilance in your jaw softens. The tight cord of muscle across your shoulders, strung taut from hours at the line or the desk, begins to loosen fiber by fiber. The ache in your lower back dissolves into the forgiving support of the mattress. You feel heavy, truly heavy, as if sinking through the layers of bedding into the floor itself, grounded and secure, which churned all evening with lists and low-grade worries, begin to lose their edges. They blur, slow, become less like sentences and more like faint impressions, drifting through the dark space of your mind. The last coherent fragments surface, gentle and persistent. You see the number on the car payment book due next week. You picture your son's scuffed school shoes, making a mental note to take them to the cobbler on Saturday. A flicker from the workday returns the foreman's mention of a meeting with men from the government, the unspoken question about new orders hanging in the air. These are the final, fading landmarks of your consciousness, the mundane debris of a life being managed, cared for, and worried over. They do not distress you now. They are simply there, familiar shapes in the twilight of thought, acknowledged and, then released as you sink deeper. You drift across the threshold. You do not know that this is one of the last completely ordinary nights, that this particular quality of quiet, this specific balance of hope and anxiety, this fragile, intricate web of routine and expectation you have just lived through, is about to be torn apart and rewoven into a starker, harder pattern. The America of 1940 hangs suspended between recovery and dread, between isolation and engagement, between the haunting memory of one catastrophe and the looming shadow of another. It holds, tonight, this delicate, precious equilibrium of the everyday. Tomorrow, the sun will find its familiar path across the sky. You will rise, you will work, you will return. But the world, vast and indifferent, is turning slowly, irreversibly, toward a different bearing, and tonight you are simply another ordinary soul, sleeping at the hinge of history, having done your best to live a decent day in the time you were given. The quiet holds you. The warmth holds you. The cycle is complete.